Hoopla! Timer is not needed today. I need a drink. Okay. Streambot is running. Everything should be up. It's telling me that I'm live. As always with YouTube, you're never quite sure. But I'm going to assume that I'm live. And we're gonna get started. It's been a while. I haven't streamed in a week. As you guys may know, I had some connection issues with the last stream, which made it really unfortunate to do the challenge. I wanted to do the challenge, right? That was what I wanted to do the last time. Or was that during the week? Oh yeah, that was during the week. I wanted to do a mix. I wanted to do a mix on stream. And then we had some issues. But now it seems a lot more stable. I'm just gonna hit my desk here to make sure that that stays that way. Hello Raja, hello Klaus, welcome to the stream. So yeah, it's gonna be a feedback stream today, which means that you can post your tracks inside of the Discord as always. You can post them right here. Oh yeah, this from last time. So anything that will be posted here, my sample pack. I'm not sure exactly what of these things I'm going to end up doing. Obviously I want to do all of the one-shots. I have a few snares in here. I have all of these snares which are already done, and I want to do like 20-25 more. One of the things that I still need to do is assign them all a key. You have a little bit of buffering going on. Okay. That may be a problem. I haven't seen a connection drop yet on my side. I don't know what's up with that, but it's also in my like preview window that I have for the live streaming thing. This thing here. Normally that buffers a lot for me when I'm streaming, because obviously it's like two signals. But it's... Oh yeah, now it's starting. It's better now. Perfect. Hello Malogify, hello Dada, welcome, Spectrum of Sound. Any other names? Right now it doesn't seem so. Perfect. I'm doing very well, thank you for asking Dada. As I said, I'm going to be making some snares, so that should be fun. I always like drum sound design because not a lot of people actually know how to do it, but it's quite interesting, and as you can see you get some strange EQing and stuff going on, and some very strange patches in here going on, so it's always interesting. Tashley, welcome. Drums are a bitch, yes. Yes, they can be. It's actually not, for this stuff, it's actually not that hard. The issue that I'm dealing with is that they're not necessarily psytrance drums. Because if I go into the sample packs that I like use for snares, a lot of the snares don't have a fundamental, right? It's just noise. You can hear that it's there, but the fundamental is filtered out. So it's still interacting with it in terms of the saturation that the fundamental brings. And like the pitch impact of it, the pitch snap, right? That high end that you get if you do pitch modulation, which is how a snare works. For those that don't know, a snare is basically, or very basic in theory, in that you have a snare and then some noise, and what you'll do is you apply some modulations to different things. So this is to the pitch of the noise, this is to the volume of the white noise, sorry, this is to the pitch of the sine wave, this is to the volume of the white noise, this is to the volume of the sine wave again, this is mapped to the master tuning, this is giving it its strong spike, and this here is for the dimension, to get some width, and we also have a reverb, again to get some width, to get some extra cool sounds out of it. Burning an Ocean, welcome. How do you send a track for feedback? Exclamation point feedback or exclamation point Discord should lead you to the Discord server. Once you're there, you can go into, you'll land here, you just scroll down, feedback on stream, you should find it, and you can start sending me tracks. Once we have a couple of tracks, you will start listening to it. I have the feedback group already prepared. I usually just layer until it sounds good. Yeah, it's what I want to do with, as I said, with these snares here, they don't have a fundamental. Gamer Legion or Vitality. Please don't spoil anything. I'm going to watch it back after the stream. I'm rooting for Gamer Legion just because I like the storyline. And obviously, I mean, they're the stronger team. We've all seen what's happened, and we've all seen the data from the last 2 years. It's a quite an underdog story for Gamer Legion. For those that don't know, there's a big tournament going on in Counter-Strike. It's an esport that I tend to follow. The finals started at the exact same moment that I hit the start streaming button. At 5 here, it started. It's the big thing. Yes, it's the last one. Hype for CS2? Yes, very much. I was hoping Gaben would walk up on stage right before the finals and actually announce something. Hello, Greedo. My drums, I like balance everything in key or in scale. Yes, one of the things, as I said, that I need to do is assign all of these samples a key, right? So I've done it with the kicks, right? All of these are all of the kicks that are going to be in the pack. And what I've done is I've rendered them out in, what's that, six different tempos. So they're all the same kick all the time, but they're just aligned for that BPM. And these are, they're not necessarily in that pitch. They work well with bass lines in that pitch. Because I don't believe in kick drum tuning. I don't think that that's really a thing. But yeah, these are like assigned for pitch so that they work with a bass line in that pitch. At least in my opinion. Because they're actually tuned 2 semitones below the key of the bass line. Which is how I like it. But as I said, for the snares, these don't have a fundamental. So if you want to use these snares as sidewind snares, I'll let you listen to them. If you want to use them as a sidewind snare, you should probably get rid of the fundamental. There's some more stronger ones as well, and there's some weaker ones, and then all kind of stuff in between. I don't want it to be just one kind of snare, and then like 10 different variations of essentially the same thing. I don't think that that's very useful in a sample pack. So you can see in the waveforms that some are like very dynamic like this, some are very flat and distorted. These ones are just like loud. And then you have the ones that is like sidewind specific, where you have the impact, then it goes down in volume and then it backs up, right? So that gives a very strange texture. Yeah, if in trap and big room, then it's a problem. In sidetrends, there is the issue of classical phase alignment, right? Because when you're doing phase alignment, what you would like to have is the last part of the kick. Let me go into the kicks. The last part of the kicks, you would like these to be stable in terms of tone, so that from here on out, you can phase align to them. Most of these kicks have that, but I mainly designed them to be phase aligned with in this way, right? Where if I put this in here, if we look right at the halfway point where your first bass note would be, these are on a zero crossing. Is that right? Yes. They're very close to a zero crossing. Not all of them are, because I did use like a semi-automated system to get the other BPMs for them. But they're very close. So that for that reason you would want like part of it if you're doing traditional phase alignment. I don't do traditional phase alignment, I do a different form of phase alignment. But either way, they should also be designed very well. And then I'm going to do like layers for them. I had layers, as you can see, transient. I've layered them out, all of these folders, but there's nothing in there yet. And here I'm going to do like reverb kicks, and any kicks that aren't necessarily like timed properly. Maybe I'll make some other styles of kicks. Maybe I'll make a few high-tech kicks or stuff like that I can put in here as well. I have no idea. I don't know how long I'm going to be working on this pack or on all of the different things. At some point it just needs to be finished, right? Let's see. We have 2 tracks now. We have a bunch of people joining. We also have somebody posting in the wrong thing, which is quite traditional for the feedback streams. For those that don't know, I also just enable feedback when I'm not streaming. So if you put it in here, you will get feedback from everyone. And when I'm not streaming, you should not post here if I am streaming. Like if you want me to listen to it, then this is not needed, right? So I am going to remove this because we're just going to listen to it, and everybody who usually gives feedback is just going to be here already. Sonic Flux, welcome. Mr. PSK, welcome. Spectrum of Sounds, I think I already said welcome. Perfect. We can actually just start listening to tracks, because to be honest, there's already enough. And most of them will flow in. Once we start listening, a lot of other people start to submit, and then it should be okay. Let me just quickly set this up so that it's nice. This, and we'll just start listening with the first track, which is Nino Opus. Let's see, are you in chat? No Nino Opus in chat. If you are in the chat and you want me to call you out in the chat as well, this is Pyramids Brief 2.mp3. Oh. It's not finished. The file still has like a minute to go, but it just stops. Oh, okay. It's just an idea. Okay. Inspector is my Nino's feedback in the direction that I'm heading, right? Yes, in terms of like actual feedback that I can give, there's a bunch of sounds in here which, first of all, as I should always say at the beginning of my streams, when I give feedback, I tend to focus a lot on the negative things, because if I talk a lot on the positive things, I just keep talking. And again, with one of these tracks, this is just a solid production. It's keep it going. This is definitely in the right direction. As I said, the bass could use some processing. There's a little bit of balancing between the kick and bass. Kick could use like 2 dB more. Generally speaking, the kick is the loudest of the two, with like a 1 to 2 dB difference, and I think it's slightly lower in volume right now. The reason why we obviously have the kick as the loudest part in like our mix is one, you're going to drive it into a limiter to get it mastered, and that's a lot of the balance is going to actually go away. But two, the kick is the more important of the two elements between kick and bass, right? Because the kick is what we dance to. That's what we use to like move when we're dancing. The second thing that I hear is that you have a lot of completely mono sounds, either with mono effects on them, like in the very intro there was this one delay which was just completely mono. Yeah, this. This delay is completely mono. Now I don't say everything needs to be ping pong, but in those cases you can add extra wide reverb if you have a very mono delay, so that widens the tail of it a little bit. But overall, one of the plugins that you maybe should experiment with a little bit more on your synth sounds is stereo wideners. And I don't think that I've said this enough, but when it comes to stereo, I have a lot of different stereo wideners and stereo generators, right? So M stereo generator can take a mono signal and make it stereo. M stereo spread, mono signal makes it stereo. Dimension expander, stereo maker, Haas, and a few others, right? Choruses, those kind of things. All of those things make mono sounds stereo. And that's very important because the stereo field is one of the 3 dimensions of your mix. You have your frequency, which is lower frequency, higher frequency. You have the depth, right, which is volume. The lower something is in volume, the further the sound seems away, because it's lower in volume, right? It travels through space and loses its volume, and then we pick it up with our ears. So the sound playing very far away sounds very quiet to us, whereas something very close to us sounds very loud to us. And then the third dimension is your kind of like left-right field. Now you can pan things left to right, which is not really that interesting. It just changes the direction. But you can also make sounds like in your head and outside of your head. And I can give a quick example of that. What I hear when I'm listening to like your synths and the way that you design them is something like this, right? Where you just have some kind of tone and you're playing it. What you ideally would want is something that's a little bit more stereo, a little bit more interesting with the stereo field. So something like M Stereo Spread is an amazing plugin because it just makes things stereo. And you can determine how wide do I want it to be. This is a lot more interesting in my opinion than this. It's also a bit louder, so that's another reason why. S6 Productions. What are those characters? It says S22. Is that 22? I'm sorry, I cannot pronounce your username. I know that I butcher a lot of names, but that's the inverse S's. I don't know what that is. Also, Mindbee, welcome. Any other names? I think that's it. But yeah, so stereo field and kick and bass balancing, and then you're on the right track, right? Just finish the production, do what you're doing right now. It sounds very, very good. Another thing maybe is the ARP could be. Behind everything. The ARP in the drop then. In the intro, obviously, it sits on its own and it's just present, but it feels like a little bit behind in the drop. You could use it to transition into the next part by just opening up the filter cutoff, maybe going up a little bit in melody. Those things can be interesting. you know, right, for tension, either in arrangement tension with automations, but also musical tension with making the melody go up. You can call me SS. I'm a total beginner with 2 years of experience. I'm here to learn something new. Perfect. Welcome. If you want, you can submit your tracks and we'll listen to them and we'll give you some feedback and directions and whatnot. It's not finished yet. No mix include. Oh, sorry. This is Burning an Ocean, the Kingdom of the Sarcastic Hyenas. Sarcastic Hyenas. It's an interesting title. Not finished yet, no mix included. It's my secondary project from Forest Dark. I hope you like it. I'd love feedback. Let's have a listen. I still had the sidechaining on from the last stream. Yes, that was the problem. I spoke throughout that whole last track as well and nobody heard me. I mentioned that the kick and bass felt a little bit off. It didn't feel off, but just looking at the waveform, the bass is too loud, I would say. Because again, you want that punch from the kick. Vocals, I know that the mix isn't done, you told me, but vocals, here in the arrangement, I think there's a little bit too much going on for you to be able to put vocals in there, because vocals just need to be audible. Is this a new genre? No, this is some kind of dark thing. Also that low bass note, you can see it's too loud. But once the mix is done, then you should obviously have taken care of something like that. What I overall feel is that maybe you're going to have trouble with the mix in that there's just a little bit too much going on at any time, arrangement wise. Unless you start filtering maybe those atmospheres to give them a little bit more of their own unique spot, right? Not have them so open, then the leads can stick on top. Because right now the atmosphere really just seeps into even these higher frequencies, which is like 4K. You really only need up to maybe 1.5K of them, I would say. They can be like the lower mids, and then your synths have more space in the higher mids. Overall, the groove is there. I like the key changing bass line. Not so much fan of the snare. As I mentioned before we started doing feedback, generally speaking, snares and sidetones don't have a fundamental. I would filter out the fundamental. right? It's this lower peak, that lower frequency, that little blob there. Here again, there's a bunch of elements that are just like mudding up the track. Here the atmosphere is louder than the vocal. Again, I know the mix isn't done, but that's something to consider once you get into the mixing. I would say this is the area where you have the space to really use one of those vocals, if you wanted to, right? Because here you can pump up the volume of the vocals a lot more. I don't know, is this... I mean, I would resample kick and bass like this. I would also process it maybe a bit more. There's just no phasing on it whatsoever. I know this dark genre is a little bit more of a traditional genre with less phasing, less multi-band stuff. But I always like a little bit at least. Give the transient a little bit of extra space by scooping its sub bass a little bit later in time. Hyenas. Yes. Leopoldi, welcome. That's a new name. Thanks for the idea. Good morning. The idea for feedback. I don't exactly know what you mean for this idea. I think you may be able to see it from just like how I'm acting now for the last minute and a half, but I'm getting a little bit bored by this track. I feel like there could be a little bit more progression. For one, the atmosphere is always in there and always the same. I know that's maybe a staple of a genre like this, but I don't really like that. You could choose to, at some point, just completely remove the atmosphere and have like a little bit of a stronger synth in there. But overall, like the vibe of the track is definitely there, and I love the amount of theming that this has. For like a dark track, it's really well done. I like it. Thanks, you're welcome. Next track is Dada, IKEA. Nice. I'm going to assume that you went with one of those field microphones and you went around and recorded Foley everywhere in IKEA. It's F minor 148 BPM. This should be interesting. I still thought this morning it would be a great idea to get some feedback. Yes, every other Sunday I do a feedback stream. It's just a placeholder. Well, you can still go to IKEA and then just make the track for that. That's here. Nice and dark. I like the rain droplet things. I don't think I'll have to check if the kick and bass is cleaned up. I think that will be in order with you. Challenge accepted. Nice. I would love to hear the outcome. Not really a fan of the open hat. Usually I like a strong open hat on my Psytrance tracks, and this is it's there, but it's not very strong. But overall, the texture and the sound design is as we expect from somebody who makes. It's coming. Okay, nice. I thought the one that I heard here was the main open hat. Yeah, when it comes to overall sound design, I completely trust Dada knows what he's doing. I like the little alarm melody at the beginning of the drop there. There we are. Honestly, I would say that the way that the heads are mixed, they could have a little bit more high end, even. As I said, I really like the strong, at least for mainly for the main like offbeat hi-hat, usually the open hi-hat. But even these hi-hats, they don't have that snappiness to them. Right, the tick. Get some luftigos on there, would be nice. When I hear that, I realize I still have a lot to learn. I mean, isn't it great knowing that you have so much stuff that you can still discover? It's the same for me. I produce a different style of psytrance. I would love to be able to make this, but I learned a different way, right? In terms of sound design, the way that I like to work and theme my tracks and stuff like that. For example, I would love a little bit more vocal work in here, just to give the track a theme or a unique identity. I know that it's not in the style of this track, but I'm always a fan of a good vocal line that just, you know, makes the track more memorable. At least here we have a little bit of melodic theming. But up until this point, as good as all of the sound design is, and we as producers know, the average guy on the dance floor is not going to remember this. Right? Which, if you want to make an impact with your music, that's something to consider. It doesn't have to be, it's a different opinion. Maybe you don't want to, or maybe you don't like that kind of way. Obviously there's a lot of fun in just sound designing like this. But it doesn't make for memorable music outside of the producer sphere. We all know that this is very impressive, but a guy listening on it on a dance floor that has never touched a DAW in his life, which even in psytrance is the majority of people that actually go to the rave and to the dance floor, to them it sounds like a filler track. So, love it. I really want to see where this goes. I would love to hear what you do with this. And one of the things that I would, melodic part at least, some kind of memorable part, yes. Yeah, well, what you could do, maybe, since that is right after the break, is emphasize the melody a little bit more in the break. Just have that like melodic element also sit in the break on top of that vocal. That could maybe work. Overall, I mean, when it comes to production quality, this is just on point, right? Nothing else to say. But there's obviously things that you can always change and stylistic things that we differ in the way that we produce. So hopefully, maybe you can do something with that. Either way, we're going to move on to C-Max, Bugs, Unmastered. And this is a Dropbox links, and the waveform indeed looks unmastered, but we'll have a listen either way. Also some interesting sound design right from the start.
But look a little closer. We are outnumbered.
Vocals can use like 3 dB, 4 dB. I love that you have vocals. Now you need to mix them so that we can hear them. Nice stereo bass. What I see when you're doing your kick fills and stuff like that is that you're not cutting up your kick, or maybe you're doing some processing after you've like added the fades to it, and that undoes that with like the post stringing. Make sure that you just clean up the kick a little bit when you have little fills and stuff like that. The kick and bass here, when it's normal, it's just fine. It looks completely clean with the way that it's made. Playa Punk, welcome. Dipicus, I don't know if I already said hello, but welcome to you too. A lot of different names already in the chat. Nice. I love how much progression there is throughout this track, throughout the sound design. Always switching it up. I would say though, maybe you don't need a high pass filter for every transition. You can get away with a few places not having that, so that you just keep the bass all the way through. This is a personal opinion, but when I do transitions, like low pass transitions, so that you only keep the bass, right, the lower frequencies of your kick and bass, I usually turn the volume down by quite a bit, maybe even up to like 9 dB. Because it's a transition, it doesn't need to be louder. And here the kick and bass was louder when you were filtering it than it's normally, which actually gives more bass presence when it's not the part where you dance to.
We are outnumbered.
Again, vocal, make sure that it's audible. The issue with vocals is you know what they say because you can solo it in the track, and you have worked on it just listening to the vocal solo. But a listener that does not know the project does not have that luxury. Nice stutter effect there on the master. I like that. Overall, in terms of sound design, this is like on point with the last track with Dada. This is really great. Great track. I like it. Nice theming there at the end as well. We'll turn down the low pass section. Cool. Thank you. Glad that's helpful. Is there anything else that I wanted to say about it? No. I thought there was something else, but I think that everything is in there. As I said, the important part here of the feedback is the vocals, right? If you're doing vocals, especially if it's just spoken word vocals that actually are part of the theme of your track, then they should be audible. That's just no question about it. If it's like a stutter vocal or vocal chops or something like that, or some kind of glitched variation of vocals, then I usually tend to mix them so loud that we as listener can hear that it's not meant to be listened to, that it's not meant to be understood. I also had problems with vocal, and to fix that from you. Yeah, it's so important because, as I've said many times, and to many different producers, there is a subconscious thing going on with vocals in that we are predisposed to try to understand them. Because if you think about it, when we were like cavemen, and this goes back from like evolution, if there was some warning that needed to be given out, we needed to immediately pick up on that and understand it. So we, in our mind, anytime we hear kind of human speech or human sound, we try to identify, oh, what is the meaning, what is being said, right? Even when you're just listening, even now, when you have a conversation with somebody, it can be really loud in the background, but you're kind of trying to understand what the person is saying, so you can filter out what the background sound from it. If you're walking along the street with a friend and you're having a chat, you barely notice the cars that run by you if you're actually like focusing on having a chat with your friend, because he's talking to you and you're trying to concentrate and understand what he is saying. The same is true in music, especially if you're just using spoken vocals that just contain a message, and therefore you need to mix them so that we can actually understand what they're saying. And in this case, they were just too quiet and you cannot pick up on what was being said. What if I make it as loud as the kick to get it audible? So when it comes to vocals, it's really depending on the dynamics of the vocals and how you measure it, right? How do you measure loudness? I personally, when I'm mixing, I always listen to like peak levels or quantify loudness with peak levels, which is a really bad thing to do because it doesn't represent loudness at all. But it's really easy to work with in the mix because it just tells you always what the peak level is. My kick peaks at 8 dB and my vocals peak at like minus 9 dB sometimes. Depending on the compression, they can also go up. If they're very dynamic, they can even go up to like minus 6, so they'll be louder than the kick. But then there's very short moments in time where they peak very loud, and then other parts where they're a little bit lower before. If you can track my pass before I have ESL in 10 minutes, if people are agree. I can have a listen, yes. What I can also do is send you the section. I can just clip the section after the stream, and then you can listen to it back. I don't know, if people don't mind you going first because you have to go, then we can listen to you first as well. Alright, seems people don't mind it. This is Mystery of Nature by Mind B. Here you can hear in the vocals that it's not meant to be listened to, right? I would say at this point some of the synths are a little bit on the loud side, overpowering the bass mainly. Like that stereo FM thing is also overpowering the sequence, the main sequence. So some volume balance still needs to be figured out here. Here you can see what I do with the kick and bass as well. Do you see how the kick and bass just lowers in volume when you're filtering it out? That's what I like.
Perfect combination.
I don't like then putting another bass element on top of it though.
Maybe the biggest mystery of nature.
These are well mixed vocals. Do you hear how you... One of the things about these vocals is that they have space. There's no other elements that sit in the same frequency range as them. And that makes it really easy to mix because you don't have any conflict. Right? The high frequencies are just completely left empty for the vocal to sit in. And if you know anything about vocals, is that we listen mainly to the higher frequencies to actually understand what they're saying. That's why you can whisper, not have anything below like 1K and still understand what the human is saying. Because it's the higher frequencies that give the tonality, or not the tonality, the different vowels to it, right? The different formants or syllables or whatever. Yeah, nice stuff. I like it. Good stuff. Sibilants. Yes. Welcome, by the way. Sus Van Nijken. That one of those Danish characters. Is that supposed to be one of those like Swedish characters where the A and the A is together and you say U? I'm sorry, I don't know. Great track. It's nice, good stuff. I'd love to see where this goes. Okay, we were with Leopoldi. This is part German, so I don't know what it says. I know I sound German, but I am not actually. It's not ready. I lost the hustle and bustle. Bass is boring and I don't like the vocal pads. The end is uncertain. Well, we'll be the judge of that. Let's go. Ooh, that looks like a strong waveform. Nice offbeat bass here. Kind of a unique kick in that it lacks completely in the punch region. Right? Your 200 to 500 hertz area. It's almost like a techno vibe to it. It's not wrong, it's unique. My mic is clipping a bit. I'll fix that after the stream. Sorry. I'll move a little bit to this side so it's not so strong. Overall, it's very clean. Sounds very nice. I would love to hear how this progresses, because right now we've been listening to it for almost 2 minutes and the kick and bass has just been going. Also there the vocals were actually good, mix-wise. I know I don't understand them, but that's because they're German, I think. Not because they're poorly mixed. Those vocals, those were like lower, right? In volume. So those vocals are less understandable. Also has to do with the processing, they're a little bit darker, so then you need to boost them as well. Translate how many people. When you do kick fills and you have processing on the kick or any form of filtering on your kick bass group or even the master, you need to make sure that the post-stringing doesn't go into the next transient, and for that you need to make what you need to do for that is just make sure that the posting doesn't go into the next thing. Here in the bass it's almost a problem, right? Because this is the bass transient and it's not going to zero here. You can fade out the kick a little bit earlier. Also, you never want to layer a kick and a bass on top of each other, if you can help it. Because the low end, you really only have space for one element at a time, right? I like this influence from also the kind of Indian vocal stuff like that. Again, they're mixed in such a way that we understand not necessarily what they're saying because we don't know the language, but we can at least hear what the vocal is doing. I don't know what's happening here to the bass, but now it's just completely messed up. Right, do you see how there's no clear definition of the transient anymore, or the individual bass note anymore? I did a video on kick and bass cleaning. Maybe that's something that you are interested into watching. It's hard because this is not something that you can hear on your speakers or even notice, even if you have like a decent audio setup. But kick and bass cleanliness makes it, if you don't have a clean kick and bass, it just doesn't translate well to a club environment. moment. I would show it on stream, it's only a small section. Yes, alright. Is it already in Discord? It's not yet in the Discord server, so if you can post it there. Yeah, you also posted it in the wrong section, my dude. The section to post it in is not the feedback section. This is just for normal feedback when I'm not live. Feedback on stream, right here. It should say it in the message if you type exclamation point feedback, no? I can play it from here. If it's just 14 seconds, then just leave it. I want to get back to this track quickly. I love it because it's unique. There's a bunch of detail work still to figure out. It needs an intro. It just kind of starts. Second thing is I would like to have a few more breaks where it's not just a kick doing like a kick fill, but also leaving a bit of space so that you can reset completely like the listener. And that means that what that means is that when we enter, okay, imagine that you're going to a club and you just enter and the music is already playing. You don't really know where in the music you are, where in the beat you are, which is something that you kind of need for dancing. So for example, that's where claps are for, but that's kind of short term, right? If you really want to get connected with it in the beat, what you'll usually have is that there's a section, maybe a bar, maybe 2 bars, where the kick and bass just completely stops playing, no rhythmical element, and then the rhythm comes back. What that does is everybody who is lost in the beat, who doesn't actually know where like the first beat of the bar is, they get reset. That's what I mean by resetting the listener, is they get reset with the beat and they can start dancing actually in rhythm with the track without feeling like, oh, I'm dancing against the track. The track is telling me to dance like this, but I'm dancing like that, right? That being said, I'm quickly going to listen to Play a Funk because he requested it and it's just 14 seconds. Oh yeah, this is Leopoldi. Leopoldi, you said before that you needed a lot to learn. What I like about this track and what I think you should take away as the main feedback here is that you have something very, very unique in terms of your idea. This is very, very cool and a very good production. It just needs some time working out the details and a little bit of structure work. And then obviously like mixing and mastering. I don't know how accurate this waveform thing is in Dropbox. I didn't spot anything too outstanding on the waveform like display, except for the kick and bass cleanliness, which is something that you should take a look at. I can quickly go in here and open a new tab and I'll find that video for you. This is interesting. Clean, if I search it like that, how to make sure that your kick and bass is clean, how to. This video explains everything you need to know about kick and bass cleanliness. Make sure you take a look at that. As I said, I don't know how accurate this waveform is, but there's a few spikes in here. I didn't see it on the waveform thing here, so I'm assuming that this waveform is just messed up. If there are issues like this where you just have this one random spike like that, then that's also something to take a look at. And the reason for that is if this is going to go into a mastering limiter, and you have like spikes like that, the mastering limiter is really going to hate you and you're going to distort everything. Either way, Play a Funk. This is 14 seconds of track, or 19. Let's have a quick listen to see what he is up to here. Nice. That's really, yeah, it's 14 seconds. It sounds great. Mix-wise, seeing as this is in very early stage, I don't think that I have to say too much, but a little bit of extra high-end on your top loop would be nice. And overall, a little bit of extra progression. I think there's this ARP in here. That thing there. You can maybe see if you can open up the filter cutoff ever so slightly as this goes throughout its section, right? So that towards the end of the section, when you get into the fill, it acts as almost like a little bit of a build-up there. So that gives a little bit of extra power to the fill, and then you get extra power going into the next section. I've been working so much that for the last year and a half, I had an idea to do like a masterclass guide on transitioning. And there's just so much to the topic. I've written out bullet point scripts, like for most of my videos, or not most of my videos, but all of the big videos that I make, I write out bullet point scripts. Not entire scripts for the whole video, but just all of the points that I want to handle. And the more time that I spend looking at making an ultimate guide to transitions and tension and all of that stuff in regards to psytrance music, the more that I just say, well, this is going to be a 3-hour video, this is going to be a 4-hour video. I can easily talk for double the length than my master or my guide on bass lines, which is like 2 hours long. So I am going to make it at some point. It's just one of those projects. If I really have a lot of time and I just have nothing else to do, then I can just spend the week not worrying about anything. All other videos have already been uploaded and scheduled and stuff like that, and then I can work on it. But it's a really hard topic. But I feel like here there can be a little bit of extra tension building throughout the drop, right? Just getting that energy, that level of, or the energy level of the track a little bit stronger towards the end of it, so that then the next section hits and you can go boom next into the next section. All right, where were we? Tulsi, some groovy psy prog. Let's have a listen. Revolte. I hope I said that right. I'm assuming it's not right the way I pronounced it. That's very loud. I'm gonna turn my own volume down because this is too loud. It doesn't leave you with any space to get more power of the kick and bass itself. Ah, you're going down here in the build. That makes sense. Come on! Fake drop, I'm not a fan, but I know that it's a standard thing. It's groovy indeed.
Les gens qui réussissent, c'est les gens qui ne sont rien.
Quoi? C'est du nom? Ramon!
By the way, look at the stereo field. How wide is this track even with the kick and bass playing? That's actually very well done. It's obviously very, very loud, so it's easier to get it so wide, but still. My tracks look so wide usually. Well, that's what you want, right? Make good use of the stereo field without... It's not compromising monocompatibility. It's not like this, right? Where it's just completely stereo. It's still very mono. Mix 8 out of 10, song itself 10 out of 10. I agree. Some of the leads are almost aggressively loud, overpowering the kick and the bass itself. That would be my main complaint here. But overall the idea is great and all of the vocals are in there. And it's just well themed. And the vocal mix is actually nice. That's what I meant when I said they're in there. Here as well, things are just a little bit too loud. Like they could be more dynamic, right? This is clearly meant to be like real world instrument stuff like that. You don't have to squash this into a limiter. Just because it's dance music doesn't mean that all the time it has to be this loud. It was the same for me with the intro. I love this part. Great use of global rhythm. He maintains the rhythm from the break and uses it to continue in the drop itself. That's a global rhythm. You set up a rhythm in one section and then you continue it in the next section. And in this case he builds on it. Very much Icaranda. I agree. This is great stuff. Songwriting wise, this is, somebody said before 10 out of 10, it's 11 out of 10. This is fantastic. It's just too loud. It almost sounds like Savant made a sidetrack. The one that he did with Infected Mushroom. What's it called? From Mushroom and Friends. Am I saying something stupid now? I'll find it. Give me 2 seconds and I'll get you the track name. You can use that as a reference, maybe. Discography, it's gonna be a very old album, isn't it? I think it's from Mushroom and Friends, the one he made with Savant. With Turn to the sauce. No. Friends on Mushrooms. Sorry. Savant on Mushrooms. Yes. That's a great track. Is that the one, or did they do two? Yes, no, that's the one. Savant on Mushrooms. Overall, I would say it's, as I said, it's 11 out of 10 track here. This is Tulsi Revolt. Tulsi, right? Tulsi Revolte. This is great. I love it. It's just too loud. And that's unfortunate because, I mean, if you're still working on it, just 2 dB lower into the final mastering limiter and then it's perfect. Also, it's not perfect. Also, yeah, some of the leads. Some people pointed out the leads are just a little bit too loud as well in terms of the balance with the mix. Another thing is maybe your hi-hats can use a little bit of extra spice, right? Because if we look here... Normally in sidetrance, and this is very progressive, so maybe that doesn't really count here, but in sidetrance what you'll see is that the spectrum does something like this. It goes up here for the bass, and then it goes down, and you'll have your leads. Maybe it goes up a little bit, but it usually stays around like flatlined. And then here there's a bump, and that bump is for coming from the hats, because A, they're very dynamic, and B, they tend to be very, very loud. If you look at sidetrance, and also if you look at things like techno, any dance, any variation of dance, there's this, you have the low frequencies and then you have this high frequency bulb, right? One plugin I can recommend, and that I should also maybe recommend to Dada because I saw the same kind of thing, is this. It's a free plugin, you can just download it, and it's called Lufticus. I never use these lower bands here, but this high boost is amazing. You set it to 40k, which is doesn't really make any sense. Boosting 40k, that's not something you can hear, right? You would say, but this is a very shallow, or yeah, a very shallow boost. So it has a very big area of influence. So you can boost this to like maybe 4 to 6, something like that. This is kind of the range that I usually stay in, and it gives a very, very nice form of high end, a very nice form of air. So maybe something like this could be useful for you to get those hi-hats popping out a little bit more. And obviously if you turn down the synths, the high end is going to pop out more as well. So maybe it's not that much of a problem. But even for future reference, it's... can you not boost over 20k in Pro Q? Yes, I think Pro Q goes up to like 28k? Something like that. I have to focus. You get aliasing. I don't think this will give you aliasing, because this is not a non-linearity, I think. I'll have to check that, but I believe that this isn't emulated with the non-linearity in it. So there wouldn't be any aliasing in there. Because aliasing does... It comes from distortion, right? You generate extra harmonics that reflect back above Nyquist. That's what aliasing is. I don't think that this does that. I may be off though. This is like modeled after an actual analog EQ, but maybe they modeled it in a way that they didn't model the actual like saturation from it, and it's just the the like behavior of the EQ itself. Yeah, maybe a plugin doctor will, obviously, yeah, plugin doctor will tell you what it does. It will tell you exactly. Either way, it does something great to the high end, and I use it a lot. And it's free, so always good to have. Okay, that was great. Aaron Carter. Dark Psytrance / techno track I'm working on. I'm still working on the structure and doing some more automation, etc. Wipske, 19 Mei. Nice. Oh. There we are. funny bass transient sound. Need some cleaning, mainly on your bass. What you want is you want to cut up your bass after the processing, so resample your bass line as well as your kick, so that right before the transient hits, it goes back to 0 and it stays there, so the transient has the maximum space. So weird to hear you speak Dutch. I just saw it in the title and it came naturally to me. Logisch toch? Zeer logisch. We kunnen het in het Nederlands ook gewoon doen, ja. Anche in Italiano, volendo. No, let's just stay in English. I have to reset my mind every time I try the new language. That's why it took me a little bit to come up with that, but I wish I could switch faster, but it's already kind of impressive that I can like switch between 3 languages. Overall, I feel like the track is yeah, you said you're still working on automation. Overall, like the progression, right? The element that we're hearing, that's E kind of thing. I don't know how to explain it, but that thing, it's been going on continuously throughout the whole track. At some point you need to remove that so that the new element can take over. That's like actual progression, right? You go from one element to the next. Don't know that hi-hat in like panned right slightly. I don't, or is that just me? Yeah, it's panned right. You can see it in the high end here. The green one is a little bit higher than the other one. Again, I would say this can use a little bit of a chook bump in here. Just slight, right? Starting from like 7K, and then you don't want to do it too high, by the way. You want to maybe go like to 15K, and then you should be tailoring off like you're doing now. I missed the point where it's the climax. That's a good point, yes. The bass could be a little bit less clicky. That's also a good point. I do like the bass. It's definitely a unique bass sound. It's not wrong in terms of like its clickiness. It's just maybe a little bit hard to mix because you're indeed not leaving a lot of space. One of the things that does become easier is mixing in your hi-hats if you have a little bit of extra space in the high end for that, and the click from the bass is definitely getting in the way of like the transient of the hat. Right, because those are the same the high frequency of your bass is definitely the same area of frequencies as your hi-hats are. The kick should be a little bit less smooth comparing to the bass. I don't know, I like the kicks like these, the kind of old school classic Goa things. Nice and punchy. I do like that. Complete lack of high end in the kick and then a lot of high end in the bass line is a little bit strange. Usually it's the other way around. People have a lot more high end in their kick than in their bass line. I mean, none of it is wrong. It's just like stylistically, do you really want to go here, right? To each their own taste. Yes. It's not like there's a mixing thing that's wrong, apart from just like the cleanliness of the kick and bass, which I quickly talked about, that can use some extra work. But overall, stylistically, it's fine. You just need to work with it. 162 BPM, my new project with my friend San Pebos, Chemical Spill. This is Deepagus. He always brings some good stuff.
He said it was just a chemical spill, and it's nothing to worry about.
Clean. I'd like to believe that you were going to submit this for feedback, so you boosted all your vocals by like 5 dB and then cleaned your kick and bass right before submitting. I hope that's what I bring out in people. Either way, it works well.
It's nothing to worry about.
At this point, I would remove the squelches that we've been hearing before, since we're like really going into a new section, right? We have a slightly longer break there as well, and just focus on the more FM-y kind of leads here. It's a good spot to change up the song completely, right? In terms of its sound design. And since you're opening with a bit more stronger FM stuff there, I was hoping that you would continue that throughout the whole thing. Maybe even just like a completely FM sequence that just is a sustained sequence. Right, doing 16 notes and then varying the lengths, an eighth note or a quarter note every once in a while. That would also be the space where you just completely remove the atmosphere for one or two sections. Obviously not in this section, this would be the next section, and then you just leave the atmosphere in there. Because this is the kind of lower atmospheric part going into the break. These synths look like fingerprints on the waterfall. In this case, I know the vocal's a little bit lower in like volume, but it works because it's the same vocal that we heard before. So in the track, if you're just listening to the track, we can understand that vocal because we can relate it back to the last time we heard the vocal. More psychology at work here. The psychology of vocal mixing. They want to know all of the things you're using. Drop a plugin list. Honestly, here in this section I would just drop the atmospheres and focus on all of the synths, go completely high energy. I don't know if that's your style. I've heard you do a lot with the atmospheres before, but this sounds like a high part to me. Because if you drop the atmospheres, you can just raise the synths by like 2 dB, and then you get a little bit of extra power out of them. You want to know everything. I also see something that I've first seen used by Dash Glitch here in the Spectrum, which is interesting. I personally call this like the Dash Glitch dip, where you have your bass line here, and then around 200 Hz you have this little dip in there. I think that that's a quote of the darker style of Sidebands and even like Full On and stuff. I'm personally not a fan, but I mean, it's not that the mix is off. I think in this case it's really coming from the kick that just does not have any energy there. And again, you can get away with 1 or 2 dB here in the high end, or Lufticus, whatever you want to use. Just because it's a dark style doesn't mean it has to be darkly mixed. After this we're already all caught up here. Which means that it's time for me to take a little break and then be back. In the meantime, you guys can always submit new tracks and stuff like that. Nice. I don't mind the end actually. You said the end is a placeholder, but it sounds cool to me. It's a nice way to lower the energy level over time. It's a good part to like transition into a new track, right? Baldur, welcome. Serum vital pigments, but also modular and I have a neutron. Nice, nice. Okay. Yes, as I'm said, I'm sorry Baldur, but I've been streaming for 1.5 hours, or 1 hour 40 minutes, which means that it's time for me to refresh my ears a little bit, take a 10-minute break, which means I'm going, or not even 10 minutes, maybe like 5. I'm going to put on a track so that you at least have something to listen to, and then I'll be back after a little while. I guess I can put on this track. I mean, everybody knows that I'm working with this dude already. I think I've shown this track off on stream before, but this is a track that I've been working on together with Nicola in chat. I like to produce, but I'm so demotivated. Don't be demotivated. I like that advice. No, one thing that you can do is send one of your tracks for feedback, and we can always find a lot of nice things to say. The other thing about motivation when it comes to production is, at the end of the day, what are you producing for? There was a very good video by Venus Theory recently about a guy that posted on Reddit like, I dread to release my tracks, right? When it comes to production, why do we do it? Do we do it to get the views and to get the money and to make it into the big leagues? Or do we like it because we like the process? Isn't it the second thing? Isn't it the hours that we spend working on a track that we actually enjoy? So if you're if you're demotivated, is it because you maybe think like, oh, I'm not getting the attention that I need, or it's so hard to make it in this industry? All of those things become completely irrelevant if you start thinking about, I just like the process, right? For me, I wouldn't say I've made it, because I've not, right? With the amount of subscribers and listeners that I have in music, I'm really not even a small-time artist. I'm just kind of a hobbyist who apparently makes a little bit of money selling products. By the way, exclamation point products if you want to buy some. Or exclamation point masterclass if you want to buy the masterclass. Either way, I'm in it because I like the process. Even if I made nothing, I would be perfectly happy sitting here making more music. Because at the end of the day, I like sitting here making music. And it's very demotivating indeed, releasing stuff and making sure that all of the artwork is there, and making sure that it's appreciated, and all the pressure of what if my fans that I already have, the few fans that I have, don't like this new thing. Oh no. All of that becomes irrelevant if you stop thinking about that. And really just say, oh, I like the process of making music. That's what it's about. I'll make music, right? Other than that, I mean, there's not much to motivating yourself than just to do it, right? A little bit of discipline to just say, I have to do it, and you force yourself to work through it, and you start doing it. I hope that helps. If I'm just saying random words and it doesn't help, then stop me, please. Either way, I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be back in 5 to 10 minutes. Nomad Digital, where to send, exclamation point feedback will tell you all about it. Welcome to the stream, by the way. I'll be right back. I'm sorry that now all of the people that start to join the stream, but I do have to take a break, otherwise it just becomes too long. Hope you enjoy my music for a little while. walk the dog. I'll see you later. See you in a bit, dude. Let's see. Main, welcome. Any other names? Chat has moved a bit since Nomad, I think I already saw.
This is a dream machine.
Maybe a bit of a strange tip. I'll let it play. I'll discuss it later. Still a lot of work needs to be done on this track, but it's really getting to the point. All the details are crazy. Thanks. Ooh. Yeah, when it comes to inspiration, I have a few tips. One is, as a lot of people said, it has to come to you, right? You cannot say, today I'm going to make music and just have it happen. One of the ways, though, to force yourself to come up with ideas is, and this is going to be a very strange tip because most people aren't going to be able to do it, make tutorials. Like, I have found myself so many times in the situation where I'm working on the sound or I'm working on some experimentation for the stuff for the YouTube channel, and I'm just like, oh, this is cool stuff, I'm going to start working a little bit more with this technique, and then suddenly a song starts to pop out from that. The other thing is collaboration. This track is a great example. Nicola in chat or Boom Boom Bessa on the Discord server came to me with this track when it was literally like 2 loops and 5 synth sounds or something like that, maybe a bit more. And he said, well, do you want to work on this together? Is this something that you want to collaborate on? And we already had talked about the collaboration before. And I was like, yeah, sure, why not? And in a day or like 2 days, I sketched out the whole idea for this track from his loops. And then we went back and forth and he added a bunch of stuff to it, a lot of the one-shots that you hear. All of this stuff, the lead stuff that's in here. This lead is his. This stuff. A few of the big synths in there is also his. But bouncing ideas off somebody else is a great way to get new inspiration for a track, because when a guy just sends you 10 sounds and you say, well, I have to do something with it, then obviously your brain is kind of forced into the mentality of being creative, right? And you think you have much time for collabs. I rarely do. This track has been in the works for a couple of months, and so have all of my tracks, right? I have actually very little time to work on just normal productions and just sitting around a whole day producing. Right? If you really have the creative idea and you're in the creative workflow, the best way to capitalize on that is just to say, okay, today I'm not going to do anything. I'm just going to produce. That doesn't happen to me too often. I maybe sometimes have 2 hours or 3 hours at the end of the day that I can work. And one of the things that I've led to is that there's a lot of like times where I produce where I'm not really in the right mind space. So that's hard, but that's something that you get that you learn to deal with if you, like me, run a YouTube channel and you want to continue to put out stuff and tutorials and stuff like that, and you capitalize on it, as I said before, where sometimes you just run onto a technique or an experimentation that you're doing for the YouTube channel, and that turns into a track. Hello Acid, welcome to the stream. I want to send, but it's not finished yet. I'm working on it till 4 AM yesterday. Nice. Malil Kaur, welcome as well. Great to have you here as well. For feedback, what you can do is !feedback, which Klaus already did, and that will bring you directly to the Discord channel. It should open up the right channel to post. If it doesn't do that, if you come in here and you get in here, what you can do is you can scroll down, and as you can see, somebody already posted feedback on stream, and you just drop the link in here, and then we'll have a listen to it. Hit the like button, guys. I agree. Couldn't agree more. Yeah, just drop it here, and we'll get right into listening it. As I said at the beginning of the stream, I was planning on making some snares, but people have been posting so many tracks that I really haven't had the time. That's not the point of the feedback streams, is for me to like do other stuff in between. It's usually that I don't get enough tracks to just continuously listen to tracks. But today it's been really nice. Stream discussion. That's the wrong spot. This is not where it's supposed to be. We don't need that duplicate, so I'm going to delete it from there. I don't have a full track. Is it okay? Yes, of course. Anything. Anything. As long as it's a direct render. The only thing I would say is that it needs to be a direct render of the track and not like a voice recording or something like that. Cybernetic has posted something. Okay, we can go back into listening mode then. Nomad Digital. Ah, here we are. This was bound to happen. What you've done is you've shared to me a private track through the link here, Nomad. What you want to do is, if you go to, for example, my profile, is first of all click follow. But if you have a track, there should be a share option right here. This is in Italian, but here, yeah. This link, it gives you, if you have a private track, let me find a private track here. Here. If I go to this link, you can see that there, right? Shouldn't there be a more stuff in here? Or is it in here? Yeah, do you see how it has more stuff here? This little ID thing? You need that. So that's how you share it, and not through the URL above. This doesn't have that extra little bit there, and so you cannot share it if it's private. You should be able to update your link, Nomad, and then we'll be able to listen to it. For now, I'm just going to continue with Cybernetics' track, and just let me know when you update the track so I can roll back to it and listen to it. Dos Vitla. Ah, done. Okay, it's again posted in the wrong channel, but I'll allow it for now. Move your body. Let's go. Hey, please.
What a hell about the house now, things popping up. Say word up around, rock a twins in the club. Say gal a line up now, just for get a rub. Face it, which one of them have the wickedest scrub. From your goal they rub down, them love it so much. Them a line up again, and them can't get enough.
Nice, groovy.
Spark up a bud, I don't make it a wicked car, weed on me blood. Alright, baby, me done know you're sweet. No dance, you can hear no in at your feet. Right now me tired of me want take a seat. Let me see you move your body to what on my bass beat.
Nice. You can make a little bit more space for the vocals in that intro part. Here it's okay. But in the intro, give a bit more volume to the vocals, a little bit less volume to the rest. This is okay, but later on it was a little bit too clogged up. Very groovy, I love it. I post a link for YouTube, it's okay? Perfect.
Say word I go round, I got twins in the club. Say gal a line up now, just for get a rub. See which one of them have the wickedest scrub. Some y'all hold them rub down, them love it so much. Them a line up again, cause them can't get enough. Baby, give me a break, let me spark up a bud. I know me get a wicked power weed on me blood. Alright, baby, me done know you're sweet. No dance, you can hear no heat on your feet. Right now, me
Need some work. Yeah, it's this part again, it's the vocal doesn't have the presence, right? But the mix for the rest of the mix is great. Again, vocal mix is very, very hard. One thing you could potentially do is wobble the sub bass, because the sub bass right now is just like a standard sine, and you have the kind of wobbling stuff on top. Guys, what group do I send? Feedback or feedback on stream? Feedback on stream, to have it on stream. Sorry, back to the track. One of the things you could do to enhance the groove a little bit more of your like main leads or your main wobbly feeling in the track is to wobble or to volume modulate, whatever you want to call it, the sub bass with the same kind of modulation that you're doing in the in like that main mid-range bass, I guess. The one that goes 1 1 1 1 1. If you do your sub bass in the same way, then it adds a little bit to the groove. I don't even know if maybe that's already done. Maybe you just need to accentuate a little bit more. It feels like the sub bass is a bit too stable to convey that groove, right? Also, since we have a lot of new viewers and a lot of new people posting for feedback, when I'm doing feedback streams, I don't like to talk through the tracks, so it may sound like I'm like very negative when it comes to giving feedback. But I like for you to like listen to the track, so I don't want to point out or sit here and point out, I like this synth, I like this element. That doesn't contribute anything to the feedback. And it takes away from people being able to hear the chat, because obviously when I'm talking, the volume ducks from the music, so you guys can actually listen to it. Is the queue still open? Yes, you can post until the stream finishes. Exclamation point feedback to be taken to the Discord server, and then you scroll down to feedback on stream and you post your track there. Next track, Cybernetic. Grazie carissimo, you're welcome. Anything else? Nice to hear some drum and bass here. I agree, yes, underrated genre. Boom Boom Bessa was working the other day on some drum and bass, and he's really good at that kind of stuff. I want to hear that track when it's finished. I think he posted it in feedback actually earlier, right? Yes. He posted it in the normal feedback channel. This is feedback for when I'm not streaming. So even if you're working on a track, for all of the new people here, if you ever want feedback on your track, just post it here, and at some point I'll be able to get back to it. This is from today. We covered that on stream, so it's not needed. I don't like duplicates like that, because it feels like you're just posting your track to get all of the attention. And when we're covering things on stream, you don't really need to hear it again, because you will get all of the stuff in the chat. as well as from me, obviously. But that's it. Let's go to dosvitla2.mp3. We get some very strong atmosphere here. By the way, I don't know if I welcomed Melvin, but if I didn't, welcome to the stream. There's gonna be some very strong techno kick in here, I feel. Or not. Bass could use maybe 2 dB of extra volume. Also that sequence that's in there now. The pakadam, pakadam, babadam, babadam, something like that. I don't really know if I like that one. The one that came in as the first thing. All of the other sounds are very cool. Is it okay to send other than not Psy? Yes, of course. We just had a DMB track. I like the contrast that you have in your sound design, in that half of the sounds are very dark sounding and the other half are very kind of like uplifting. I'm not sure if I'm a fan of that one sound being out of rhythm with the rest. That kind of wobble thing we just heard. Can I post one for each project? Of course, yes. I have nothing against people posting multiple tracks and stuff like that. I'll just sit here and listen to music. That's all I do. I don't have anything to submit to them. No issue. Don't feel forced to submit a track when I'm doing this. I'm doing this as something that I enjoy doing, right? Just listening to some music, spending the Sunday afternoon. Because what else was I going to do on a Sunday? I mean, I guess today I was gonna watch the CSGO major, but that's just for today. Yeah, this sound is out of rhythm with everything else that's happening in the track. And it played before on top of a hi-hat. Here it's okay, because there's nothing else to compare it to, but the other time it played on top of a hi-hat. So you could just hear like, it's not the same rhythm. I'm Dutch, yes. I do play CSGO, yes. But I'm not very good. I'm Silver Elite. Ah, Coke. Nice. Again, just instantly go back into Dutch. Ulas, another new name. Welcome. Exclamation point feedback. You should be able to find all of the information there. You can join the feedback or the Discord channel, and then you can post right here feedback on stream. This is the wrong channel. Don't post it here. Post it here. I'll go back here and continue listening. Overall, this is a great groove. I like it. It's a bit of like an old school Goa vibe. Maybe what would be cool is to go with more of a kick that we had before. The very punchy, very smooth kind of kick. Right, like an old school, like really, almost like a gabber kick. Gabber, whatever you want to call it. I'm working on a remix that's a tribute to Prodigy. Do you guys like? As long as it doesn't hold any copyrighted material that can have my stream like striked, then it's okay. Oh, okay. I thought that was the track that you were sending. It's scary because YouTube can strike you down live and it will just block my stream completely. That's actually a thing now. Yeah, this is great. It's clean, it's sounding nice, mix-wise it's good. I think I said a few things, but overall it's even like very unique in terms of its sound design within the old school kind of vibe. The only thing I would say is, as I said, the kick. Let me see if I can find that other guy that had his... Is it this? Yeah, a kick like this, right? One with that very nice omfy mid-range kind of stuff. Fast pace, welcome. I put 2 of my tracks in feedback stream. Yes, you did put them in the wrong thing, I think. Or did they? Yes, now it's in the right stuff. Right? This is 0 point. Oh, okay. 0 points. Did you put it in here? Yes, okay. Then I'm going to remove the ones from the normal feedback one, because I'm going to be reacting to them right here. What's up next? We listened to this Cybernetic, very nice track. I don't think I said too much about it, so take that as a compliment or a good thing. Now we move on to Core. I'm really sorry. I'm going to pronounce things incorrectly much more often. Either way, this is Nocturnal. Yeah, my bad, I didn't realize where to post it. It's okay, it's all solved now. It was right? Perfect. Nice clap, I like it. Nice dark groove. Also, I love the reactive music video. And maybe I should just put that on top. Great stuff. For anybody who wants to see the whole reactive thing, it's gonna be in the Discord. Here I would say that reverb is maybe a little bit Yeah, that reverb is a bit much. Hello, Jim. Overall, the synth is very loud. That's a better reverb bit like that. This one is just like overly bright and overly long, I would say. Maybe that's also because the synth is a bit too loud in my opinion. But overall the vibes of this track, yeah, very relaxing. Very good. Well dudes, greetings from Ireland. Thank you. Hello Lead. I was about to say, the one time that I was like, oh this is definitely a Dutch guy, but yeah. The name Jim Vermeer, instantly, right? Jan Jansen. Ooh. I have a video that I recorded this morning about like reverb and filtering and how you use that, and I think it applies here. The high end in this reverb that you have on some of these. Thank you very much for your feedback. No worries, man. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, there's some small mixing things that can use some work, but overall is a great track. I really urge you guys to check it out in the video itself as well, because the visuals are great. Overall the sound design is very nice and everything is well working together. Yes, this is some actual trance kind of thing. By the way, you can see loudness compensation at work. You can see that it's limited, but it's not hitting 0. Nice. Great stuff. A lot more visual stuff. That's crazy. Right? Wait. YouTube has this new feature where they have this For You thing. And it shows you the videos at random. Like this has... It's so annoying. You have to now switch back to here to actually see what somebody's up to lately. But there's like more visuals and stuff like that. That's really cool that you do that for your music like that. First track that I sent didn't master it yet, so it may be a bit quieter. That's no issue. This is no problem. This is now Trip the Trigger Baldur. Let's have a listen. Also YouTube link. Also gonna be visuals, hopefully. No visuals, but a very nice cover either way. This is also not mastered. It's strange looking kick and bass. I would say the kick itself could use a little bit of volume. I think that's what's going on here. Overall, if this is going to be released, yeah, then I would consider mastering this. Get all of the loudness that you can. We can see that you're high passing something and there's some residual rumble remaining. Right? That's probably from some synth or something like that. Usually you want to filter that out in the lower frequencies, around like 150-ish. You don't really need your synths to be that low. The tail of the bass blends into the kick. Yeah, I thought that I saw that as well, but I paused it and it wasn't that noticeable. I'll go back and check. Sorry, not my feedback stream. It very much is. I like participation. Please keep talking. Overall though, the mix, apart from it like not being mastered, right? So it sounds quiet. I think if you just turn this up to a higher volume and you like properly master it, then the balance and everything like that is very well done. Here we can see the... Yes, actually, yeah, you see the kick transient ducks down slightly. It's hard to see again because it's so low volume, so the graph isn't like full. But you can see it dipping down slightly and then going up. It's a continuation of this oscillation here. What you need to do is resample your kick and bass. You can also see it happening in the bass here. The bass just slightly ducks down here. It's a small problem. In the sense that it's not something that you hear and noticeably say, well, it's wrong, right? The problem becomes that this translates very badly into sound systems. Like especially like club systems, because they're made to be pushed to the limit. So one of the things that you want to do is make sure that this transient gets its maximum amount of like push and power, is to clean up this like final oscillation here. Resample your bassline, fade it out so that it goes to 0 and then the kick hits. I did a video on it. I already shared it in the chat once before, but I'm going to share it again just to be sure that you understand what I'm talking about. Copy link. There we are. That's my 12-minute video on cleaning your kick and bass and how to do that and all of the things that go into that. We have another one. Were you the guy that said that the second one may be a little bit louder? No. This is... Oop. This is even the dark have its light. Nice greasy bass line. Oh, by the way, I had some snacks for today's stream. Pringles. going to lead up to some nasty techno kick, I feel. No techno kick? That's unfortunate. I like myself a strong techno kick. It's cool though, it's like ambiental, but not really because it's like also drums, I guess. It still has the kind of groove to it. So here you have a stable sub bass, but in the parts where the drums are, I saw it. I don't think it was like sidechained or something like that. I think it was just like phase cancelling there. Here it's just stable, so this is perfect. Normally when you're doing a Reese, here's the techno kick. You could just 4 on the floor this and then you're done. Normally when you do a Reese bass, you want to remove the sub bass, have the higher harmonics detuned against each other, right? The two voices detuning so that they start to do all of the phase cancellation and whatnot. And then you have your sub bass as a direct out, so you still have that strong lowest harmonic sub bass. Psychedelic Underground Records, welcome. Like a heartbeat, kinda. Yeah, this part, it feels a little bit rumbly. I think that's just low frequency reverb from whatever this like kick is. Very cool kind of experimental thing. I don't really know what to say because there's not really any like thing that I can compare it to, which is a good thing. Nice. It almost started playing the autoplay, and that would have been bad because that was definitely a copyrighted song that was in there for the suggested. But I was quick enough to remove it. Space Riders, The Matrix, D minor, 140 BPM. If you're gonna release that, I would remove the last bit from the title. Just call it The Matrix and then get it over with. Either way, Space Riders. Space Riders, yes. Yeah, it could be like some kind of strange abstract horror game kind of vibe. If there's ever a game developer that does need a little bit of music in that genre, then you could submit it. I'm still in order, right? There's the... Then we have fast paced and then we have 0 points. Yes, 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 yes. Personally, I'm not a fan of transgate on vocals like these, because it removes the rhythm that it originally has. So you've removed kind of the kind of global rhythm that you're setting up with your track. Here you can see something interesting happening. Do you see when I'll point it out. With this snare, your kick normally looks like... Look at the high quality, by the way, when it's not scrolling. You have your kick here, which has a normal transient, and then it's starting to cancel when the snare comes in. You also have a very strong fundamental like here for your snare. You don't really need that. Fortunox, how are you doing? Some people love the gated vocals. Okay. How to submit? Exclamation feedback will tell you everything you need to know about submitting. You'll be joining my Discord server right here, and then you scroll down, feedback on stream, and then you post it here. Not here, but here. Hopefully that's not under my camera. It shouldn't be. Feedback on stream. This one. Nice. Nice use of the rhythm here in this part. You know, the fact that this is an 8th note with the bass line being an 8th note, that first stab of the rhythm or the sequence. Because I used it gated and sometimes non-gated. Yeah, overall, but with those vocal loops, when it's like a choir or something like that, then obviously there's no rhythm to it already. With this vocal that you had, there was already a rhythm to it. So with the gated on top of that, you kind of impose another rhythm on top of it, and the old rhythm does not necessarily work with the new rhythm of the transgate. That's my issue with it. You can kind of hear parts where the vocal is just about to say something and then it gets cut off with the transgate. It gives you all kinds of like crazy issues like that. And if you just say, well, I put on the transgate because the old rhythm didn't work with the track, then you should warp it, right? To fit the rhythm of the track. In my opinion. Like this, I like it a lot more. Also because you can hear all of the details of the pitch wobbling and stuff like that. Still working on the break and after. To be honest, this break is okay. Kick and bass is nice and clean. I like that. Here, yeah, you can hear that there's some stuff just missing, I guess. Also, this thing is quite loud and should not be layered on top of the kick. You should sidechain that probably. Do you regularly give live feedback? Yes, I do it every other Sunday. I switch between feedback stream and challenge streams. And the announcement is made like a few hours before when I exactly go live, but it's every Sunday. Or every other Sunday I do a feedback, and then the other Sunday is a challenge, so it just alternates. Yeah, it just kind of stops prematurely, I guess. There's not really an outro to it. But overall, the track is very nice. I think I mentioned a few different details to check out. So we'll move on to the next. I may be going a bit fast because right now we have a lot of submissions. So I do need at some point to kind of move on and get through them. I don't want to sit here for 5 hours. Like the stream if you haven't. I agree. Also subscribe if you haven't. Trance May 6 by Fast Bass. Some actual trance. It just kind of begins. I assume that that's not by design, maybe? Maybe just like an extract. So this is D. Yeah, that works. This looks very cool on the Spectrum. There's some crazy sound design going on here. Very euphoric. Send this to Armana, dude. State of Trance really loves this kind of stuff. Definitely what I was going for. Nice. It's working out well. I would say maybe the kick could use like 2 extra dB. Because it has that punchiness, but it doesn't really come through yet. You can also see it in the waveform, right? The kick is not really that loud in confront to, for example, the bass. And I do believe that for dance music, the kick is just the most important part. So it should be the loudest part as well. And here you're layering kick and bass on top of each other. That's a bad idea. But overall, the whole thing, like composition-wise, it sounds really nice. Apart from it just kind of starting in the middle. But I guess maybe that's... it's not maybe finished or whatever. I don't know. Releasing this one on your record label. Oh, okay. So, not Armana stuff then, I guess. Journey Through Life. Let's see. This looks like a little bit more of a finished composition. Oh, it also just kind of starts in the middle. Armada is mad picky. Ah, okay. Hello, Andre. There's a strong kick drum. I like that we have this one enthusiastic guy in chat that is just vouching for his friend. That's very strong. When it comes to cleanliness, look at the waveform. This is not a clean kick and bass. Do you see how this kick transient has this kind of wobble to it? And so does the bass, and so does the bass here. You cannot see or identify individual transients and stuff like that. I'm going to send this video once again, because it's really, really important that you do that right. Hello everybody, welcome. Sorry, that was me. This video will explain kick and bass cleaning, and you should do that. Also, the vocals can use stereo widening. They're currently completely mono, they don't have to be. Okay, so now I hear two different rhythms. We have a triplet rhythm, and the vocal is, or right now it's doing a, what's it called? A polymeter. But before the vocal was doing padadam padadam. Those are not triplets. If you're gonna switch to triplets, switch everything to triplets. I'll be happy to send you something for me next stream. I'm working in the studio myself right now. You can send it now. If you take some time to export it, I definitely still have time to work on it. It's again something that I've talked about a few times already on the stream. It's called global rhythm. It's the fact that between different elements, you should strive to maintain the same rhythm with your track, so that they all enforce the same groove, right? Now you have two conflicting rhythms with each other, so we don't really know, should we dance to that polymeter or should I be dancing to the triplet bass line? They're kind of messing with you in the head, because in terms of timing, you have, if you imagine the polymeter is on 16 notes, which is slightly offset from a triplet grid, right? Like in Ableton or in any DAW, make a triplet grid and then make with the same MIDI notes 4 notes below it. You can see that there's slight timing differences between those notes, and it's just going to fuck with your brain. So within a track, within each segment, you can definitely switch from like what you're doing here to a triplet and back, but you need to make that switch so that all of the elements switch in the same way. Final thing I'll probably say is that the track doesn't really bite. And I mean that in terms of its high end. I guess now it's better with the hi-hat. But for example, the synth feels a little bit muffled. I know it's classical to like low pass it at this area, but I would suggest kind of going up here with the spectrum just slightly and then going down. I know that's mainly a sidehands trick, but I think it will also work for this track. Again, I feel the need to say for all of the new viewers here, I know I say a lot of kind of like negative things and like things that you should do better. The reason why I don't say a lot of positive things like, oh, I like this and oh, I like that, is because it doesn't really contribute anything to the feedback. And I want to let you guys listen to as much of the track as possible, because if I'm talking over it, then obviously it's going to volume duck it so that you guys can hear me speak. So I'm not trying to be just negative here. I'm just trying to talk as little as possible and only say the important things. Either way, great track, great submission. Unstop, welcome to the stream. Next up we have Melvin with a couple of tracks. And Fortinox. This is 0 Point with the God Particle, which sounds very interesting. Great artwork, by the way. Lovely stuff. Ooh, that delay going from mono delay to ping pong. Sives, welcome. That vocal there before. If you're gonna do vocals, make sure that they're understandable in the mix. You want to make a little bit of space for them, right, frequency-wise. And also the vocals themselves can use 2 to 3 dB. Here again, we don't exactly hear what they're saying. It's hard to understand the vocal. Artwork I did myself. Cool. That looks very nice. Here again, the vocal, you want to give them a lot of space so that you can understand what the vocal is saying. Nice clean kick and bass. Me like. Again, very good use of the stereo field. For a sidetrance track, you can see that it's actually fairly stereo, which I like. Look at that. When the big synth hits coming in. This is very well mixed. Again, apart from the vocal. It actually has that kind of snappy and strong high end from the hi-hats and stuff like that. You can't really see it here, I guess. Yeah, here it's kind of losing its strong high end. This is obviously the part where most of the synths come in. So maybe here the higher mid-range is a little bit too loud and this does not have enough. This is the point where you introduce that new big flute element. I would suggest removing all of the bandpass plugs, the like particle stuff, that kind of stuff, so that the new element is really like, okay, old synths are gone, new synths are here, right? So it's like a switch up at that point. Ah, nice going into the break like that. That's a good vocal mix, by the way. Really, the vocal stands on its own, it plays, and then the rest goes in there. Even that vocal can use a bit more space. Also, may I recommend you a plugin for on your bass line? Melda's M Stereo Spread. You pop this on your bass line, raise the minimum frequency, and then work with that. I've recently made a video on it. It gives your bass line a nice stereo field, so it's not just completely mono without removing or like in the low frequencies doing it, because you set that minimum frequency. I got that plugin, but I never tried. Yeah, it should be in the free Melda bundle. They still haven't sponsored me, but I'll happily. Are you doing M Stereo Spread on your high-tech track too? Not yet. Probably in the mixing phase I will. Overall, this composition is great. Nice, nice stuff. We have another one from you. This is his other project. This is dub file, which is not the same thing. This is... What is this dub file again? You said it before. It's like a different type of music. I don't remember. But you can definitely hear, yeah, it's different. Ibaraki is the track name. Deep bass music. Nice. Ah, some dubstep. I used to make dubstep for like 4 years, so this is right up my alley. How long do you produce, bro? Nice knowledge. It's been a little over a decade. In January it was 10 years. So yeah, quite a while. Also, this flute can use stereo with. Some actual traditional dubstep. I love it. This is like the actual traditional dubstep when it was still about like the low frequency wobble stuff, right? This sub and then the first harmonic wobble. Before Skrillex came around, this is what dubstep used to be. It comes from the UK garage scene, if I remember correctly. I think now they just call it dub, don't they? Yeah, this flute sample is very mono. Whereas this, for example, this piano does have the stereo field. Strange distinction between mid-range elements. It's not technically an 808 because you can hear it sometimes opening the filter cutoff and you get that kind of triangle wave slash square wave kind of vibe to it, right? Where it has that really hollow feeling, like here. So that's how you know that's not an 808 because it's actually opening up after the impact. I hate autoplay. Where can we send for you a sound to hear? Exclamation point feedback will tell you all about it. Also, 808 doesn't automatically mean trap. I agree. When you join the Discord server, you will scroll down to feedback on stream. Not here. This is the wrong thing. Post it here. I don't know who this is. I hope this is not somebody that already left again. Oriental Ambient. I guess a little bit. This is you? Yeah, okay, then please post it here. So I actually have it all in one list. This is for feedback when I'm not live. So I will delete this and then you can post it in the correct one. Either way, we should now be by Fortenox. I hope that's the right way to say it. In the Deep original mix.
The water's spilling over, I'm still standing in the pool, the one that you told me to dive in and swim over to you. Ooh, the waves are tumbling like I see with endless views. I think I'm drowning again and weary, but I've learned to breathe in the deep, in that place you'll never be. On the ocean floor I keep all my treasured memories.
He is silent, okay.
I hope you're still waiting, losing your.
I'm not a fan of how wide the piano is. It's a bit too wide for me. This is gonna be some Martin Garrix type shit, I guess. Yes. Very clean. Also very loud. I'm gonna have to save my ears and then turn the volume down a little bit on my part. You can see these kind of loud masters where it's kind of like traditional EDM or the more commercial EDM, how wide that stuff is, right? You can see it from the stereo field. But it's actually very well produced. Apart from the stereo field, the piano that I mentioned, which I don't really like. The way I would fix that piano is using something like the stereo processor or the ozone imager and then just lowering the lower mids, like 1K, maybe even a little bit lower, something like that. You just lower this. That should fix that piano, because then the lower fundamental harmonics or the lowest few harmonics are going to be more mono, and then the highest harmonics can still be nice and wide. So you still maintain a little bit of that wide stereo field. I guess one of the things is that when you sidechain, and I don't know how you sidechain, say that you do it with LFO tool like I do. A lot of people will sidechain like this. What I recommend is sidechaining like this. Not so extreme, but something like this. So you give your kick transient that starts here a little bit of extra space by moving, especially the bass line. Even for like a bass, you can go with something like this, so you get that little bit of extra staccato feeling, and that will one, add more power and punch to the bass line itself, or the kick itself, right? Because there's extra space for that kick to sit in. If you do it like this, then the sub is just going to play up until the kick, and then it's going to cut off. If you do it like this, you also avoid clicks doing this on the sub bass, or bass, or whatever other element that you're working on. And it brings out the transient a lot more, so you get a lot of extra punch from that transient. Yes, like Greedo says. Exactly. Luminescence Part 2.
Let me see your bouncing.
This is very squashed and loud again. Look at this stereo field, how well this is actually being used here. Rough mix. Alright, make more space for the vocals. This is trap. Yes. Jesus Christ, look at this. It's just going to be the diamond. A vocal should stand out in the mix. Right now it's hard to understand what is being said, and if you're going for a commercial track, then you want something to sing along with. That's very, very loud. I think it's the same thing with the sidechaining in that drop there. In that, with the way that you wrote the melody, some of the kicks had like a clean transient to sit in, because it's just like the melody wasn't playing when the kick transient happens. But the parts where the melody is playing, the sidechaining should be such that it just starts a little bit earlier than the kick itself. That's what happens when you use Sound Godizer. Yeah, it sounds Sound Godizer, OTT, whatever it is. We have a few more tracks here. Zen Lion, also known as Andre in the chat. Psychedelic, very nice title. Straight to the point. Let's hear. By the way, welcome back, Andre. I hope your business trip was well in Turkey. I don't know if I asked already in the last stream, but last stream didn't go so well, right? With the mixing. Ah, Dubai. I thought it was Turkey. Sorry. Yeah, it is. A little bit of a lack of stuff happening here in the intro. I like how the bass kind of moves in from the top and then the kick from the bottom. Kind of like this, I guess. Need to pick up my girlfriend here to say something about the challenge stream. I will keep my eyes open for that. See you next time. Next Sunday, same time, 5 o'clock. I'll put out a like notification for the stream, like the stream notification a few hours earlier. Thank you for sticking by, and see you next week. Here it's not that loud yet, but I can tell that a lot of the elements are maybe a bit too mono. So something you should probably take a look at is your stereo processing. Right, I talked about stereo wideners before and just pointed out how many different versions I have. Stereo spread, stereo generator, I think even stereo expander, but I never use it. The Haas effect, BX stereo, dimension expander. All of those are different processes that I can use to generate stereo from more mono sounds. And they all work slightly differently. That's why I have a lot of them. Because each one has their strengths and weaknesses. Like the stereo spread sounds very nice on bass lines, but on other sounds it can sound very plasticky and digital. This one sounds very nice on reverb sounds because it adds noise to it. The stereo maker in general sounds very nice, but it sometimes feels a little bit too artificial. So each of them is like a different way of making stereo. Pan flow is different. Pan flow is automatic panning, right? So that's panning, that's not stereo widening. Stereo widening is taking a mono sound and putting it both in the left and the right channel, right? You widen the stereo field so that it sounds here instead of in the middle of your head when you listen to it on headphones. And there's some sounds in here that do have it, right? But this acid sound, for example, sounds completely mono to me. Hear that vocal, which says psychedelic, that's a nice way of using the stereo field. But it should be a little bit louder. As almost always. Overall, in terms of composition and sound design and all of that stuff, I know it's just the beginning, so the intro there was not a lot going on, but the rest is really nice. As I said, there's some stereo widening thing to worry about. But other than that, great stuff. Nice to see you progress so much. This is Scencliff, or in the chat it was Psychedelic Underground Records. Let's hear. This track is called 1_SP-5_145 BPM.wave. Very strange title for a track. It's your creative outlet, whatever. It's a joke that I have to make sometimes. People not titling their songs. From Psychedelic Underground Records, I do hope that we're going to get some really dark psychedelic stuff, which it sounds like we're going to get. Yep. Kick and bass cleaning also applies here. You should look into that. The other thing I would say that doesn't really make sense for that one sound to be pitching up. I don't know what's happening there. I like the bell. That's good theming. I would also suggest boosting like around 1 to 2k on your kick, so you get that knock from the kick, which you'll hear for a lot of darker psytrance. This snare is really loud. techno influence here. I did send the video like 3 times in the chat on kick and bass cleaning, so I won't send it again. I think you were already here when I sent it, right? It's just something that you have to do. I like this. Nice key change. Also, the drum groove is very nice. Ooh. Honestly, sometimes in the fills you could get away with not having the drum groove like continue. Like in this part, I would probably remove the drum groove. It's just gonna go higher and higher. We end up with the bass line at the end of the track playing like 3 octaves up. There was a little bit of a strange glitch in that drum loop. Honestly, you could give the kick like 2 dB in volume. Have it stand out a bit more. Like in these parts, the kick is just getting buried, right? Is it Black Hole's freeze effect? Is that how it's done, those like atmosphere stuff? You get some atonal sound at Black Hole and then frequency shift it? I don't know, I hope maybe Psychedelic Underground Records can clarify that. Okay, this bass line is just too high in octave, I would say. It's not really a bass line anymore. I'd drop it an octave. Suddenly stereo bass line. Stereo field suddenly messed up. We've suddenly entered a horror movie. I mean, all of the grooves are there and like the arrangement is there, but overall, theme-wise, give me a second. Allergies are coming back. It has been raining for a week. Today is the first day that it didn't rain and my allergies are immediately back. Either way, the arrangement is there and overall like the sound design and even the mix, I would say, apart from the cleanliness of the kick and bass. What I'm missing is a consistent theme. We've gone from oriental flutes through distorted guitar to horror violins and now we're back into distorted guitar. Although I do like this part here. I feel like there should be a little bit more of a main theme to it. It feels like you wrote this track on 4 different dates and every day you wanted to actually write a different track, right? Like suddenly the bass line became stereo. Also, using the same kick fill over and over again, that's maybe not the best. Yeah, I like this part. It's not like I don't like the parts and the stuff, right? It's just that this doesn't work with everything that kind of came before it. I like the vocal and guitar combination, that works really well together, but it didn't really work with the flute that we heard at the beginning of this track. So overall, in terms of quality and sound and stuff like that, great track, but it just needs some work in terms of the composition. I would personally take this track and turn it into like 3 tracks. I sent you a commercial proc, not finished my psychedelics productions yet. I don't see it. The last one that I have here, and this is just people joining. We had a lot of people joining. This is the nice thing about doing feedback streams. You get a lot of people in your Discord and people tend to stick around. You have to delete it and export again. Okay. Either way, this is fast pace with trance ID 1. Looks very similar to the one that we heard before in terms of waveform, but I guess it's a different one. Here we are. Very uplifting. Again, kind of the same issue in that the kick is the quietest part of this mix. Look at the kick here. This is the kick. Look how quiet it is in regards to the rest here. Your kick is your anchor. It's the strongest part of a track because it's what we dance to. In this case, the kick should be hitting here, right, in terms of volume. Which, by the way, is like 4 dB. It's not that much. Decibels is a logarithmic scale, so it sounds more than it is. I dance to people's hats. I don't believe you. I'll definitely work on that kick and bass mix more. I mean, overall, again, the rest of the mix is fine. It's just strange that I've heard it twice now with your track that the kick is so quiet, and we've heard it like 6 times today that somebody's kick is just a lot quieter than the rest, and then the rest of the mix is just fine. Here again, the kick just no punch. arrangement feels a bit strange to me. As somebody who owns one State of Trance CD, I can tell you that it does sound like a normal, like, trance arrangement. I know, coming from a psytrance background, this is like a strange arrangement with that little part where it's just this, right? The part that we heard before. This little kick and then going back and then going into it. But that's fairly normal, I guess. What genre is this song? This is trance. Normal trance. Normally we make psytrance here, but this is the normal variant. It's more melodic, more uplifting, and overall involves a lot more music theory. There's one person that still wanted to submit the track, I believe. So that's what we're waiting for. After that, I think I'll end the stream here, because same trance, yes. Unstop Manasvi. Okay. I'm sorry. As I said, I mispronounce names all the time. That's just kind of one of my staples here. Where can I send my demo track? Okay, we still have another track. Exclamation point feedback. I was about to end the stream, but seeing as there's one more track, we can do that. Obviously after the unstop thing. Exclamation point feedback, you'll be able to see, or you can, it's already sent the link for the Discord right now, the bot. You'll be able to join my Discord. Let me put that here so it's not in the way of my camera. You like join here or here or whatever. While you're here, you can add my music to your playlist, and then you can scroll down, feedback on stream, and then you post it right here. For now, we'll listen to Unstop Manasvi. Nice dark energy. By the way, that thing about adding my music to your playlist, that's valid for everybody that's watching, not just for Wild Behavior. Who, by the way, I haven't welcomed to the stream yet. You need to upload to that channel, yes. Or you can post a SoundCloud link. Again, global rhythm. Do you guys hear it? The vocal goes pam pa dum pam 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 pa dum pam pam pam, which is also what the bass line is doing. Right? So you get a very bouncy kind of track because of it. If you really want to enforce that, you put the bass stabs, which are the quarter notes, you put them at the same space as the vocal is in like the loop. That's what makes this kind of progressive, bouncy style of psytrance work, by the way, is your global rhythm. If you don't nail that, then the track doesn't work. Oh, sorry. I'll go back to it. It was playing from the Discord. Wild Behavior, you posted in the wrong channel. I think it was fairly clear with feedback on stream. I hope you guys don't mind me pausing it in the middle. Here there was some kind of trance gate on that vocal. I would not have that. As I said, global melody, global rhythm is everything. And that just fucks with it. Because it removes the original rhythm that the sound had. And it was not like the rest of the track was also doing that. No worries, dude. Just saying. I can go back later in the logs for my Discord channel, and I can see how many people posted in the wrong thing. You're not the only one. It happened like 5 times today. So maybe that's why I'm getting a little bit annoyed by it. Another fake drop, I'm not a fan, but I understand why it happens. Overall, like, the track is very well produced. Sounds good, bro. I think I gave a few details, but overall, very nice production. Okay, need a feedback about the melody. That's like asking for feedback about your painting to a blind guy. I'm a Psytrance producer. I'll try my best, dude. Fuck the Sound version 1. Let's hear. A strange beginning. Oh, this is going to be a Captain Hook style track, isn't it? Or what is the other guy called? Who does Square Bass? The guy that did Universo? Rising Dust. That kind of vibe. I like it. Asterix. I mean, Asterix did make Universo. So that's in fact a Asterix sample, I think. Right? This is very much like the Universo track. Only Universo is offbeat. I mean, overall the vibe is there. What I would say is that there's this strange thing going on with your bass, the kick and bass, that it's just like one mess. I've said this, I'll link you the thing again because you weren't here before. I've made a video on cleaning your kick and bass. You should try to implement that on your kick and bass. Instead of writing clean, I wrote clam for some reason. Yeah, 100% that sample that I just heard is in one of the Asterix tracks. That thing, the like low wobble thing. I'll unpause this. Yeah, you can see that the bass line kind of morphs from the kick. You don't really want that. You want those all separated so that you get the punch from each one of them. I mean, overall the groove is nice though. Not really a fan of the key change, because I'm not a fan of key changes in general. As I said, Sidetime's producer here. Which I mean, this is also, so I guess. But overall, the production is very nice. Nice that we're going down again in energy, and then we have all the space to build it up again. How many BPM? I would say at least 4. For me it's pretty much the same, just general idea. I mean, I'll listen to the whole thing, because that's what I do. Ooh. Now that's new. Sounds 128-ish? No, 128 is lower. .128, you're in house territory. Yes, this is... The sample that I'm hearing is, I believe, from 7 gates. Now that I think about it. I'm trying to visualize the other track in my head, because every time I hear the sample or the sound, I don't know if it's a sample. It would be unfair to me for me to say sample if you design it yourself. Still going up. 138, I believe. Yeah, it's still going up. Yeah, there we are, 140. Look, I hit 140 exactly. I mean, the tap tempo doesn't lie. At some point it just approaches the exact BPM that you're at. I think it's because it has the... It's not like a rolling bass line, right? It is boom, 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 or not even like galloping, I guess. I guess it's just like a melodic bass line kind of thing. Yeah, it's like offbeat and then gallop, offbeat, gallop, right? Yeah, it's we've been listening to a few faster tracks before as well. We have one more track here, and then it's a dotted bass line. Yeah, it's dotted bass line, and then one added extra offbeat added on top, so that it's like offbeat gallop, right? That's what I like saw in here. Either way, we still have one more track, Ares Modulation Dance. Yeah, sorry. Overall, very cool track. I don't know if I said too much about like the details. I did mention the kick and bass cleaning and stuff like that. Is there anything else? Not really. Nothing comes to mind. It's a cool track. Ares Modulation Dance. Let's go. I want to get finished, by the way. I don't know if you can tell, but streaming is starting to get long. It's like 4 rhythms through each other, I guess. Ah, there's one polymeter, that's throwing me off. What do you mean we just started? Yeah, you guys, not for me. I started 3.5 hours ago. I guess you guys were there. Klaus and Mologify. Again, kick and bass cleaning, very important, guys. I don't know if Ares Vu is still in the chat. If you are, I just posted the video on that like 10 minutes ago. 24-hour stream challenge. I've tried it once for my birthday. The first year I was making content. I did like 9 hours. And then I got so tired that I decided to just completely stop. Nice little bass fill there. With magic pixie dust in your body. Yeah, I don't think that's a good idea to do that live on stream, by the way. I can pull a train wreck and just hop in the other room, leave my headset on, and then just go. Some Twitch streamer that decided that he needed a little bit of extra energy to keep gambling, because that's what he does. Nice old school vibe, by the way. The clap is really cool. Where can I send my demo track? Another one. Exclamation point feedback. I'll continue. It's okay. Exclamation point feedback will get you in my Discord server. Fuck, again, I messed up. It's because they're Discord links, and Discord stops playback if you move away from the channel. I hate it. You'll end up in my Discord page somewhere here where you can add my tracks to your playlist, and then you can scroll down to feedback on stream. The on stream part is very important. On stream, not the feedback, but feedback on stream. And then you post it in here. We were somewhere here. Wave tail back when he comes out of the tap. Unstop starts typing a lot harder and a lot faster, we know what's up. Ooh, this is complete vibe change. Sounds like the DJ just mixed in a completely different track. I like how the delay went there up and then the original sound went up again and then the delay caught up again. Yeah, I like the change. It's, as I said, it's a little bit abrupt. It sounds like this is part of a DJ set and I'm just listening to a completely different track. I can tell from the kick and bass cleanliness that it's not, but the rest of the track just completely changed. Oh, a new name, by the way. Frequency Sequencer. How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Overall, the atmosphere is really well done in this one. I don't like the double kicks on top of the bass line. You should never layer a kick with a bass line. If you're gonna do like a double kick like that, A, don't do it that often. It sounds like you added a kick to a loop somewhere and you forgot it was there and just duplicated the loop. But it also causes clashes, right, with the bass line, because both of them have sub-frequencies. Again, I'm a fan of that fill there. But you should probably, again, not layer the bass fill with another bass. It's just gonna cause clashing issues. It's hard for me to say if this is just the cleanliness, like looking at the waveform. No, yeah, the bass is a little bit too loud for the kick, I would say. Right, yeah, here we can tell. Yeah, you can see the kick is quieter than the bass itself in terms of like peak volume. That's something to avoid because the kick is the most important element of the track. Whose song is it? It's RS Vo in Discord, but I don't think he's in chat here, because he hasn't written anything. Hi there, there's an old track I mastered myself a few years ago, cheers. That's all he wrote, and I don't know if he's in chat still here, if he's just lurking. Is he even online in Discord? He's still online on Discord. We will find you. Sorry, I'm not trying to scare him. Oh, there he is. I hope the feedback was helpful. I think there was one more person that wanted to submit that just wrote here, right? Knock tuned. I guess we'll wait for him or somebody else if they want to submit. We also had Frequency Sequencer just joining the Discord. Nice job though, I have to go, have a nice day. Thank you for stopping by on Stop. Let's all start submitting. I'll just stop at that point. I can't get the link for stream. You mean for the Discord? Here, it should give you the link directly to my Discord server. In fact, it should bring you directly to the right channel. You just join there. I don't know if you don't have a Discord account, then it may be hard, but I believe most people do nowadays. You should find yourself here, which, as you can see, is a great way to keep up with my Spotify. And then you scroll down, you go to the stream section, and then the lowest channel here, and there you can post it. Do you want one more submission? Yeah, sure. It's not that I'm like complaining that I'm getting so many submissions. It's just that, you know, it's getting to a point where the stream is getting really, really long. But either way, I'll just continue going until we're actually out of submissions. I've set last one for the last 7 tracks or something like that, and then anytime it's just one more track in there. This is late. Do you remember mix? I don't remember. This will keep me awake. Not anymore, Klaus. Hello, Real Alex. How are you doing? I did hear it the last time, I think, like 2 weeks ago. But I assume that you guys worked on it some more. Good night, all. Very interesting. Thank you for sticking by, Leopoldi. We're going to get there, my Logify. He's doing more to promote my stream than I'm doing myself. Cowbells, yay! I sent the track. Can I send another? Yes, of course. Where? Yeah, 2 weeks ago I listened to one track that I think Boom Boom Bessa sent, and it's the collaboration with you. So I've already heard that one. I'll look it up to give you the name. That's a while ago. Acid, Hardwick, Otto. Right? Didn't he send that last time? I swear that I've heard it. Or was it longer than 2 weeks ago? I don't know, if you guys did more than one, then maybe I haven't heard the new one. It looks like it's more than... Yeah, no, it's... I'm scrolling back a long time and I cannot find it in the actual thing. Of course you can send it. I love this vibe. Nice offbeat, nice strong. Kick is maybe a bit on the long side, no? It looks when it's playing like this that sometimes it... Yeah, sometimes the kick, do you see how the kick continues into the bass line? Why would it do that sometimes and not other times? Here it's going to 0. It should always do that, always go to 0. Subject Ultra and Moortec Breakthrough. We'll see if it's the same one, then I'll let you know. I guess this is hard tech, hard trance, I guess. Hard trance, yeah. Noctuned, I don't know where you send it, the track. Maybe it's still uploading, because I don't have it here yet. This is where we're now, and then I have these 2 more tracks in there. Overall, great vibe. There's not much to say other than the kick and bass cleanliness, and I would say maybe the melody element can stand out a bit more. I know I was a bit distracted while listening to this, I hope that you don't mind. There's not a lot to say, take that as a compliment. It's a good track. Needs to be mastered though. I think what can happen is that you put a frequency shifter to tune your kick. And that makes it so that sometimes it's a little bit longer and sometimes it's a little bit shorter, because frequency shifters tend to do that. Other than that, I have no idea why sometimes your kick is like correctly spaced and sometimes it just moves into your bass line. That doesn't make a lot of sense. If you're doing frequency shifting to tune your kick, you should always freeze, render, and then replace the original kick, not keep it with the frequency shifter on there, because a frequency shifter always or isn't like the process that the frequency shifter uses to shift its frequencies isn't tied to like the length of a beat. So every time the kick plays, you're going to have a slightly different what's it called? It's going to be a slightly different waveform, and therefore it causes like all kinds of problems and stuff like that. Might be I actually did use the Ableton shifter. Yeah, that could be the issue. I think I heard this one, yeah. But I'll listen to it again. Good old psytrance again. I think the last time it wasn't finished. Maybe now it is. Yeah, nice. Oh, there it is. Now it's uploaded. Not tuned. How can I drop my track? Since you're already in the Discord, you can go to feedback on stream. Yeah, just drag it in Discord. As long as you... If it's a WAV file, you need to upload it to SoundCloud, because then the file is too big. Unless you have the Nitro, the paid version like me. nice switch up, I like it. Yes, I saw it, Nocturne. Honestly, that riser where you're going to pitch rise up, I would pitch it up when all of the other elements also start to rise. Because the pitching up effect came like 4 bars earlier than, for example, the high pass on the kick and bass and all of the rest. But again, that's detail. Overall, it's this very well done. I mean, Boom Boom Bessa definitely knows his shit. You could hear it with the production that I'm doing with him as well. But obviously also credit to you, Alex. Lol, I fell asleep but I woke up to a banger. Yes, you did. Yes, very much so. I like the melody. It's unique enough to be memorable. And the reason why I say that is because I remember listening to this track in an earlier feedback stream. When it comes to arrangement, I would say that this part sounds a little bit too much like an outro. And also this second drop could be a little bit longer. Right? It's building off the energy a little bit too fast, in my opinion. The second drop still needs a part where it's just like full energy, full power like we had in the first drop. And that currently didn't really happen, in my opinion, in this second part. That would be the only thing I would like say is actual something that I would change about the track. I hate the autoplay. Okay, we have 3 more tracks to listen to. One by RSVoo, one by Noctuned, and then one by Frequency Sequencer. I like that new username, by the way. I don't know if I already said it, but it's a cool username. After that, I'm going to close it because it's been 4 hours and at some point you just need to stop it, otherwise you'll never finish. Anyway, Multivision. I should get my back pillow, by the way, otherwise it's gonna hurt. I'm starting to sweat because it's getting warmer again. As I said, it's been raining here in Italy for a week. And now finally today it's normal again. Can I hear you have a collab? Yes, yes. I also worked with him on a track. It's gonna come out very, very soon, hopefully. It's in the finishing stage. I played it earlier on stream. If you skip back to like 1 hour 40 minutes after the stream started, you should be able to find it. Cleaning your kick and bass should be a priority here. This is a mess, dude. Again, I posted it 4 times already this stream. I'll post it once more for everybody that's not aware on how you clean your kick and bass. It's important that you do so. And this video should help everybody who's struggling with that. Also, I have to say personally, I'm not a fan of just playing the kick isolated. It sounds like you forgot to unmute your what's it called? You forgot to unmute the bass. You can see probably that I've been streaming for 4 hours because I'm starting to forget words. Bad master, very bad. It's not a problem with the master. This is a problem with mixing more. It's just not a clean kick and bass. You need to clean up your kick and bass before you post a track like this. Or any sidetracks. I lost all files. Oh, that's terrible. Luckily, it never happened to me yet. Yeah, this bass is a mess. I'm sorry to say, but it's... I don't know what's happening here. Big signalizer, you have to open 4 DDLs or have configuration to open all in the right corner. Well, what I have is I have a rack preset that has them all with the same setting or all with the settings that I have, and then I just open the rack. So once you set it up one time and you just create whatever preset that houses all of your effects. For example, in FL Studio you can create track presets. Collab was in the break? Yes, yes. In FL you can create, what do you think about millimeters? I don't know. I've never used it. I actually do like this kick. It's the bass line that I don't like. The kick has a nice knock to it. I should be focused more on the track, I know. Ooh, that's nice. Yeah, if you get this mixed well, then it's basically the bass. If you nail the bass here and the kick bass mixing, then you're good. Because the rest is all very well done. I mean, like, look at the spectrum here, that's a nice little bump there. It's all that we like. All kinds of crazy sound design going on in the mid-range. can see, even the waterfall display has just great difficulty displaying the harmonics because it's just a mess down there, because everything is overlapping. You can see it here as well, what's going on. By the way, we need one more light to make my Logify happy. One of the reasons why I don't like the bass on its own is because after a while it's gonna sound like the first bass note is where the beat is. Probably also just sidechain your bass. It still says 34 for me, but I guess it will update in a little bit. I mean, sometimes you can, the producer, who is it, RS, you have a part where the bass isn't playing for 16 note and you can just still see the harmonic just completely continuing in there. That's just an indication that the bass line is just messed up, right? That it needs resampling. Hello, Glyph. Jill. I'm sorry, I always butcher that name. I do agree, yes. The mix is very confusing. Also, the bass is too loud. It should be 2 dB lower than the kick. It's not like it's badly designed. Here at the last part when we heard it like on its own, the bass sound itself is okay. It's just not cleaned up. It's when you have a bass line and you add processing, I can explain that real quick for everybody who does not know. If I create a bassline, go into Serum, and we'll add a bit of processing, freeform phase. Let me just quickly create a bassline here. Like, oh, wrong knob. I'm just gonna do something simple like this. That's not needed. I should be able to just play this now, right? Ah, wait, yeah. And then a volume thing. I'm making sure that the volume is turning off after a 16 note, right? So we would say, after 16 note, this is just going to be completely silent. Now let's add some processing. I'm using this plugin here. This is free, by the way, if you want to check out M Freeform Phase. I'm going to add a lot of processing. Listen to, that's a processed bassline. Right? So this does the processing. You can hear the phasing happening. You can hear all of that goodness that we want from our processing. I'm going to make a note here. One note, 16 long, and let's see what that looks like as a waveform. We need to make sure that this is aligned. But you can probably already see it's longer than from here to here, which is a 16 note. A little bit more, a little bit too much. There we are. So why is this? Why is this thing so much longer? It's all about the processing. If I turn this off, you can see no processing. It's 0 here, or it becomes 0. It's minus infinite there, but this doesn't really count. Like minus 50 dB, it's basically silence. If I turn this on, you can see all of the phase shifting that is introduced by all of the processing just continues into the next bass note. So if I take another bass note and I put it here and there, and I move this around and I open up one of my samples and I throw that in there. Which key is this? This is a G. As you become a G sharp now, you'll hear what a mess this creates, and we'll be able to see that as well. Let me quickly go like that for the sidechaining, and then velocity. Is that already on there? No. Velocity sensitivity for the sidechain. We have our kick and bass here, and we'll throw this on here. You can see what a mess this becomes, right? Do you see how the kick transient is completely destroyed as well? And the other bass as well. That's because of the processing. If I turn this off, nice clean kick, nice clean bass line, nice clean bass line here. But you do want that character, right? So what you want to do is you want to isolate one of these notes and you want to record that. So you go into here and you hit record, and again you can see that, look at all of this length that we're adding here because of the processing. You remove this, and then add a little bit of a fade, and now you have the processed bass line as an actual bass line, and you can use this instead of the traditional bass line. And now if we look at this, nice clean bass line. Obviously you have to mix it. Would be something like this. Do you see? Clean kick, clean bass, and still processed. So that's what you want. Okay. 2 more tracks, after that we're finished for today. This is not tuned. This is Psy Miracle. Ooh, this is... Yeah, so this isn't processed, so you don't have that issue. Right, you can see this is a saw wave. So you can see that there's no phasing going on. You're welcome, Aris. Glad to help. Ah, this thing messed up. There's no way that I can reset this, right? I don't think so. Yeah, no, this is messed up. I'm sorry. Sounds nice. If you plan on processing your bass as well, not tuned with any kind of filter, any kind of multiband, then you should also consider resampling after. But right now it's looking very clean and sounds very nice. Great sound design. It does remind me a little bit of the Dada track we had before. Nice atonal stuff. Honestly, a vocal like that, I like how it's mixed obviously in the fill, but if you're gonna do like a vocal trippy thing, just give it its own section so that it sits on its own and that it's clear that we should be listening to the vocal. Don't layer it on top of a whole bunch of other synths, because then it's just incomprehensible. This is actually a very good mix. Also looking at the high end, you can see a slight bump there. Exactly how we want it to. Nice. Good stuff. Fittingly, the last track is by Frequency Sequencer and it's called Last Goodbye. And then it will actually be the last goodbye, because after this I can't anymore. This is some looping, isn't it? Guess the BPM. I'm guessing a low BPM. Is this some kind of like ambient stuff? Oh, it's a pleasure. No worries, dude. Thank you for stopping by. Ooh! High-tech. That's a good way to end. It's just never gonna go to the drop, actually. Starting off really just like instantly high energy stuff. Personally, I would take a little bit of time to build up the track. One of the things that I would say is that for a high-tech track, the intro is very, very long. I would use part of that time to just slowly build up the track up until this point with the synths. And of course, cleanliness check. Yep, there's an issue there. Playing too fast. I mean, that's not on my side. This is how the file is. Guess you're making high-tech now. I mean, the sound design works for high-tech. Just not the bass, I would say. Yeah, the cleanliness is all over the place here. You can see it's a bit of a mess here. Maybe for the next feedback stream, render it out at the right speed. Or fix it so that it works at this speed, because I actually kind of like it how it sounds now. Nice vocal mix as well. That's actually really cool. Cartoon sounds. Yeah, you can definitely hear that this wasn't like made at this speed, I guess. I have no idea what's going on here. As I said, for the next feedback stream, try to render it out at the right speed. It's not too fast if you like it. I agree. I can't really... I mean, even the bass problems that we just saw, it would be unfair to say, like, your kick and bass isn't clean because it's at the wrong speed. If you render it out with a different tempo than you, like, clean up your kick and bass, then obviously it's no longer going to be clean. But yeah, next time try to render it out for the right speed. And then if you're going to submit something, it might also be a good idea to maybe master it. That you're using the full volume, all of the loudness. At least that way you get maximum power, right? I've noticed that a lot actually. One of the things that I maybe should say is that when it comes to master tracks, when we do feedback on master tracks, it's always in my head sounds nicer because obviously it's louder, right? You maybe see me sometimes like looking off screens. I do tend to fiddle a little bit with the output volume of my speakers so that I kind of compensate for it. But for example, now we listened to one master track like 4 tracks ago and I didn't compensate back. So the last 3 tracks I kind of heard when they were in the mixing like level. I heard them at the wrong volume, right? So they're very quiet and thus everything sounds... it just sounds worse because it's quieter. That's just how the human mind works. But yeah, there's not really much that I can do about that. Other than trying to remember to just update my volume after every track. Either way, thank you guys all for the stream. I think we had another record in the amount of people here. Nogrim, I'm sorry my dude. As you can see, it's been 4.5 hours that I've been sitting here listening to music. We have had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33 tracks. Yeah, you just joined, unfortunately slightly late and at the wrong moment. I'm just out of energy and I just need to stop now. So I'm going to go offline. For the next stream, just post it again and then I'll listen to it in 2 weeks. Next week, Sunday, will be a challenge stream as always. And hopefully, today we did have an excellent connection and nothing dropped. At least I haven't seen anybody complain about any disconnections. Even the small ones like we usually have, right? Where it's a few seconds of disconnection, of disconnecting and then going back up. None of that. So in terms of connection, it was a very nice stream. So I hope that next week I can stream a little bit more during the week. Of course, last week when I tried, I had the connection issue and then I decided not to do it again. I think that was the weather though. What might be the case is that last time it was just raining and I didn't know or didn't realize that could be such a big issue that I just had like a third of the connection speed that I needed to stream. So yeah, I guess when it rains I cannot stream. I don't know, whatever. Either way, I'll try to do a few mixing streams next week because I still need to do all of the mixing. And yeah, in other terms, it's also been a record stream in terms of attendance, I think, in terms of chat rates, a lot of people, a lot of different people, a lot of unique people. Obviously, it says 36 likes here, but Klaus already said 37. So at least 37 different people joined the stream today, which is great. We had a lot of people join the Discord, as you can see. So that's also great. All these people are now part of the community, so that's nice. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for supporting me. And the final thing I'll say is a lot more content coming up next week. There will be one very special video. It will be technically the second part in my beginner series, but the first part isn't really like included in the series. So it's the first actual video of my beginner series for Psytrance. The first one is going to go over the DAW and what it is. I'm starting very basically. So I'm starting the series by explaining what an audio track is, for example. But going episode by episode, I'll be going more and more and more in depth about just talking about what a Psytrance track is and how you build it up and all of the things. And I'm trying to make this into like a regular thing, so I can just continually cover topics that people have issues with and just continue on this series. Whatever it is, I hope you guys enjoyed the content and the stream, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye bye.